out of it too. We got like 7. Oh no, no, not 7 troll hides, but.
I'm getting something. Yep.
Oh, thank you for the follow, bud.
Okay.
Wait, what?
I was thanking Haas for following me on Twitch. Oh yeah, I love this weapon. Me and this weapon are going to get along famously. I wonder if anyone else is going to show up to come on. I ended up having like 8 people talk to me to play. But it's like, and I was expecting a drop off, but not like this, you know.
Yeah, if you invite a bunch of randos, I feel like, you know, the drop-off is going to be pretty high.
Yeah.
It's,
the trade-off.
Yeah, I did a tabletop RPG game where I just took basically any rando because of the style of game. Turnover rate was like 50% right off the bat, and then it just kept getting higher. Not every game is a good fit for everyone, and not everyone is a good fit for every game.
Yeah, I've run a couple of D&D campaigns, and before life got the better of me on my last one, I actually... Yeah, I ended up getting like 20 people and only like 5. I ended up having like 2 sessions, and then it just fell apart. And then I had one guy, I told him explicitly, I was like, hey man, this is going to be a hard run. Like, build your character the way you want, make it powerful if you want to, and I can promise you it's going to be a challenge. If you make your character weak and you don't, put any effort into him, you're going to get your ass handed to you. Because when I DM, I feel like it should be as realistic as possible, which means the creatures are going to want to, off the living hell out of you, and you need to be prepared for that. And he joined the game, and he was like, "Oh, well, your girlfriend's so strong. Why is she? Why is she so strong?" And I'm like, "Because she knew what she was getting into, and I told her to make her character the way she wanted, and I allowed, her to make that character." So we came in and like 2 people were actually prepared for the fights, and everyone else was just getting steamrolled. I was like, I told you guys. I was like, it's gonna be rough. Be prepared. And they weren't. Because tell them, think of it like Dark Souls. If you give an opportunity to an enemy, it's gonna fuck you up. But I also try to put in things in like arenas and different fights that can make the fights easier. I wouldn't say necessarily caveats, but like just small things. Like if you're fighting someone strong in fire and weak to water, will be certain things that you could get before the fight, or like maybe if you're lucky during the fight that you can use to try to weaken it. So, yeah. Oh, bones, that's what I'm missing. Okay. Some around here somewhere. There they are. Well, my friend, I finally, after long waits and lots of trolls, I finally have a full set of troll gear. Oh, the boxes in this game are freaking tiny. Like, ridiculously tiny. Looks like until we get to level 5 on this crafting bench, I won't be able to make anything nice. Let's see. 2, 3 workbench. Totally good. So, found any interesting places yet?
Well, I had I logged in with like a high tier character to like dick around on that island because I couldn't get to where I wanted to go with my like lower level character.
Yeah.
So I was exploring the plains nearby, and I found a couple goblin towns.
There's goblin towns?
Well, they're called fullings.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, goblin fulling villages is what they're called. It's actually they're supposed to be mid-game. I mean, they're crazy difficult. Like they're just little stupid goblins, and you think like most video games, like oh, you little green assholes, they suck.
And then you run over, and it's like, oh god, my everything.
Instant death for many Vikings. They're just like, oh, what is this area? And they just go exploring, and like they don't know. It's brutal, man. It's just, these little fucking cocksuckers are just so
evil,
so tough. Yeah.
You're like, okay, so this is why people worry about goblins. Right here. We're just a little unassuming little kind of, you're dead.
The giggles. The gigglers. That's
They
what
giggle?
people call them. Yeah. They giggle maniacally, and everybody's like, oh, fuck.
It's like this little asshole just killed me and just decided to start laughing. Dick. Still caring too much. Let's toss this resin over here. I can come and get it later.
Nothing makes you feel like a badass like collecting sea serpent trophies while at sea.
Oh, I got a max level bow now. My bow is max level. I'm working on. I just made a bronze. What is it called? Bronze Edgear. Edgear.
I think it's Edgear.
I fucking love it. Like, it is great. It has reach. You can swing it.
That's what I was using with Gabrielle. Mainly just to try to, mimic the character from the TV show. But I was really liking that for chopping down little trees. It's great in the meadow. Oh shit.
I've been using it against enemies and stuff, and I'm just like, holy crap, I love it. Because I've been using the dagger as a melee weapon this entire time, and that shit sucks because you got to be up their ass in order to fight them. And you can get surrounded easily, and you need better armor because if you don't have good armor, they're going to just kill you. So I was like, and I saw that weapon, and I was like, I need to make that. So I've been getting a lot of crap and saving up and making a lot of stuff and optimizing the smithy area. And now that I have it all set up and everything, I just have to collect and throw it in the furnace. It's not that hard. But man, that weapon! I just swung it a few minutes ago at a couple of guys over here, and I was just like, I'm gonna love this weapon. The sheer amount of rocks you get, though, from mining, like, holy crap. Like, I'm saving them because, you can use them for building later.
Save all of them. Save all of them. You are going to run out of so many. When you start making things with stone, you will run out over and over and over and over again. You will fill up chests. You could have... Oh, my God. I was getting to the point where I'm like, I'm going to stop, like, worrying
everything
about
else.
collecting rocks. And it's like, I got 3 chests full of rocks. I'm fine for a white net. Once you start building shit with stone, it's like, it's over. It's just, they just evaporate. So I want to build this, something that seems modest in your head when you start building it.
And then you get halfway through, and you're not even halfway through, a quarter of the way through, and you realize it's like, you're like, holy fuck, we
all
need
of
so
your
much.
stone is just evaporated, and you still want to keep building with stone.
I like building with stone in most games, which is why I haven't been like just tossing them to the side. I've been making stacks and piles and putting them in chests and stuff. Just because, most games, stone is my preferred thing. It looks better with a little bit of wood on the side. It can, it can usually tougher. So I have enough to make. Oh, cool. Here in a little bit, I'll probably just grab each one of these piles and put them in a chest. I already have a chest full of them.
Oh, finding good areas to sea serpent hunt is so useful. Oh my god, I got 20 scales and 20 meat.
Kind of wish I would have went with you now. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I wouldn't have gotten done, but man.
Oh, sorry, that was on my server.
Oh, okay. You little
or my game.
You know what? No, you're gonna get poked. Here. Yeah, you like the apples. You like the stab. I've got reach now, bitch. You can't sit 2 feet away from me and not get hit by my dagger. God, I can't tell you how annoying that is. When these fucking Greymeres come up to you and they're like, oh yeah, I'm going that way. Oh, I hate it so much.
Derpiest opponents to fight.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just,
like especially with a bow and arrow. With bow and arrow, it's so annoying because you're about to shoot them and they just go.
Yup, they're just randomly derp in a different direction. It's like they're smartly stupid.
Yeah, perfectly agitating. That's why I've been killing them with the bow, but I hate it. So I wanted a good melee weapon.
It can be easier when you're like higher level and you got a bow. Like right now, apparently they're rebalancing this, but right now I can basically just instant fire. It's like a machine gun because 100 bow skill with a max level Draugr bow, you just click, 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 click. You got to go into combat with like 300 arrows because you'll just fly through the wooden ones. I'm hoping that they don't make new bows. I want them to revisit and rebalance the old bows with the artisan table. I want to be able to go to the artisan table and add custom upgrades to the bow so that there's a reason to go back to a fine wood bow. Like, I'd like to see it so that the fine wood bow possibly fires multiple arrows.
Like with enough high enough level, you get so skilled you get to use multiple arrows.
Or no, just upgrading at the artisan table to allow it to do that, so you can have possibly different arrow types tied to it. But yeah, that just being able to do that, 3 arrows at the same time, that would balance out the weaker damage associated with the fine wood bow. And then the huntsman bow, I'd like it rebalanced so that you could basically modify it, customize it to exactly what you want to reduce the draw speed by a certain percentage, but increase the damage by a certain percentage. So you could go back to like when you first started using a crude bow where it took forever to draw it back, but when you do that, it's significantly more damage. So again, making that weapon possibly better than a unmodified Draugr bow.
Depending on how much you put into it.
Yeah. And then
I would like
having the Draugr bow, basically, I think you could just leave it the same. Honestly, if you balanced those abilities correctly, you could have interesting options for people. Because, I mean, you don't mind going through ammo, you don't mind accumulating arrow parts for the good arrows, well then fuck it, go with the fine wood bow. If you don't mind being patient and drawing back your shots and aiming properly, the huntsman bow is better. And then if you want to just keep with the Draugr bow and have just the extra poison damage for whatever you choose to fire, then stick with that. But that's just what I would like to see. That's just whatever the developers do is obviously going to be the right thing to do, because they have not made just terribly wrong decisions.
I'm honestly surprised that they've done so well with because they got a lot of publicity from people when the game first came out, and I was still cautious because there's a lot of times where people will just be like, oh my god, it's so amazing, and then you pick it up and you play it for like a day and you're just like, no, fuck this. Done.
Yeah, what the fuck does this person see in this game? Yeah.
And so I let it sit for a while and everyone's still playing it and it's highly rated on Steam, and I was like, you know what, how much is this thing? $20. I'm like, fuck it, I'll spend $20 to get like possibly hundreds of hours. And
normally,
it's actually
early access should be a red flag for everyone.
Yeah.
But seeing how it was like, it's just 5 guys,
5 guys and fries, man.
Yeah, it's just.
But honestly,
it's just some people with a passion.
It's very, very rare. But I mean, occasionally when you see people with a passion that know what they want to do and know that they want to make a good game, it's rare. It's really, really rare, which is why I'm so damn cautious. But holy shit, dude! When you find these gems, it's amazing. And by the way, if you ever want to come to the blacksmith base, it's a capital B. Blacksmith. That's all it is. Just blacksmith. I just made it simple.
I was playing Divinity. I was playing Divinity Original Sin for a little bit, and then my partner took a break to get something to eat, and she'll probably be back in a little bit. So I just figured I'd hop on, try out your server, to see if it's...
Yeah, I was hoping it would work good. I only put like 30, 40 minutes into trying to figure out how to make sure that I was doing it right. The longest portion was me trying to find out why the hell it wouldn't let me in. Apparently with my VPN on, even if I have the IP address correct, it won't run. It's really infuriating, honestly. It's like
well, I joined the game directly from your friends list. You weren't playing some other game when you had that up, right?
No. Like I started a dedicated server with the map file that we already had.
It's off of your computer though, right? It's not like...
Yeah, no. Yeah. I'm playing, streaming the server, and streaming on Twitch right now. I made sure that when I got my girl got the wireless adapter, and she was like, I want to go with a good one, and she heard me talking about how there's different versions. She got a wireless in adapter, and so this bad boy's got a really good ability to put out a lot of speed if you're not too far from the router. And our router has a wireless in receiver or sender receiver, so it works out perfectly. I get enough to be able to do a lot with the wireless. Sure, it's like half the speed, but I mean it's half the speed out of 1,000 down, so well, like 950, but still pretty damn good. I'm probably going to be looking into a splitter. That way I can connect my work PC's Ethernet cable to it and just run a physical line. Because sometimes the wireless just hiccups and I don't like it. I prefer that wired consistency, you know? Well, besides upgrading, I think that's all I can really do.
Any chance you got more portal ingredients?
What do you need for a portal?
2 Surtling cores. I got the dwarf eyes, and it's also 20 fine wood.
Oh, I've got a thing of wood here. I've got 25 pine wood and 50. I've got like 100 core wood, so we're fine.
So long as you get this 2 Surtling cores, because I don't want to have to. Because I've already built up this like little outpost on that little island. Yeah. It's like a little black forest island. I built this outpost. I built a bridge over to the plains, so you could just like walk into the plains if you wanted to. But yeah, I was just derping around in there. But yeah, I'm just gonna need another portal because I'll unconnect that portal.
Yeah, if you want unconnect the portal that you or
yeah,
the portal you currently have to blacksmith, come grab the ingredients and then teleport out.
Yeah, I just want to rename the portal. I'll come back to it later after we have plenty of Surtling cores, but I want to leave the portal there with a different name so I can reconnect it at a later date, you know?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I understand.
Just in case I don't even know what I'll call it, but yeah, that way I can just come back to that little island. Because there's that troll in that fucking cave who's kicking our asses.
Oh, yeah.
And he needs to die. At some point, he's going to die.
There's another one. I haven't checked out and scouted what level, like how hard it's going to be, but I do have a dungeon and like I said, a few other places we can go, to check out. That way we can see about getting extra items and stuff like that. The occasional troll that spawns in the forest actually gives me enough to be able to do some pretty good stuff with. I'm actually level blocked now from the thing. I can't actually level up my troll hide anymore. I have until we get a further. So kind of stuck where I am, which is fine. I've been wanting to get to that point, that way I don't have to worry about it as much.
Alright, I think I'm gonna head off and possibly get a nap in or something.
Alright, I'll be around.
Alright, yeah, if you wanna, yeah, you know what, if you need a hand with something, hit me up, remind me the server's still here, and I'll try to...
Yeah, before you leave, make sure you go to Steam and favorite it, so that way you can connect without me being on. You don't have to, like, join on me. Yeah, that way it's not so hard.
I'm not sure how to do that.
Steam, I think it's on. Go to Steam, game, or not games, view servers. The Steam at the top, view servers, and then you go to history, and it should...
under view. Not Steam.
Yeah.
View servers.
You should be able to go to, I think, history or friends, and it should pop it.
That's not...
Because for some reason it's not pulling up when I search for it, you know, in the game.
Yeah,
but there's a lot of testing I can't do because I'm local, so...
it's alright. I'll just wait until you're on and I can connect from the friends list.
Yeah, if I was using my VPN, I wouldn't care about giving out my IP address, but I don't feel like it'd be safe to just hand it out all the time, you know.
Well, it looks like it's just right there. If I try to join to your server, the IP address is just listed.
Oh.
So, like, yeah. Steam knows what the IP address is, otherwise it wouldn't be able to connect us.
It's weird because usually it, like, gives you, like, a name instead of a full address.
It says name, Flash World, IP address 72.178.
Yeah.
You know.
My VPN one's like 85, 89.
I should. Yeah. I got NordVPN. I just don't use it for shit.
Oh, I got Atlas VPN recently. I was watching a video and this guy sponsored. And usually I don't care about the sponsors, but by the time he got to the sponsor, I was just doing something and I wasn't paying attention. And he was like, "Oh yeah, you get this VPN a discount. And it works great." And I was like, "Oh, okay, whatever." And he was like, "You get it to like 80 some odd % off or more." And I'm like, "Okay, I'm listening." Because usually they're fairly expensive. And I looked at it and it was like, "Oh yeah, no, this you get 3 years for $50." I was like, "Well, yeah, I've got $50 right now. Let's do this." You know, like fuck. I mean, I've been looking for a VPN occasionally, but every VPN I found was just too expensive. You know.
Oh, yeah, that makes me think I might have overpaid. I don't remember if this was it. I think it's because you know what? I think the only reason I got it was because I had a gift card with some money on it, and then I decided, the expiration date was almost up. I held onto this gift card for like 5 years or more, and it's like the expiration was up at the end of that month. So I'm like, fuck it, I got to spend it on something. I don't want Visa to have my money. Fuck that.
Right.
They don't get to keep that. Fuck them. So.
Yeah, it's like I looked at the price and I was like, "Is that real?" So like I took the price that they were charging and I divided it by 3 years, and I was just like 36 months. I was like, "Huh, okay," and it actually turned out. I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." I was like, I guess it is like $1 or something a month. That's awesome. And so I went there and was looking at it, and I was like, okay, well, this checks out, and looked at the VPN to make sure it wasn't shit, because the last time I tried to get a VPN, I was running my own, and it was not a fun experience. I got shit on my computer. I researched it quite a bit to try to get it to where I wouldn't get anything on my computer, but I ended up having to wipe my computer anyway. Real pain in the ass. And so after all of that, I was just like, I had really bad taste in my mouth about VPNs. Like, they're a waste of money for the most part. You don't really get anything out of it. I firmly believe that, your internet service provider should provide you with a fucking VPN. But, perfect world, Because the fact that someone can just snag my IP and see my street address is just ridiculous.
That could be an option if we would break up the cable companies, because right now there's no competition.
Dude, there's a monopoly. That's the problem. It's been a monopoly forever. It's like the diamond industry, except for the internet. I would say that the internet companies are greedy, but the fucking diamond industry is just way, way far above that.
I mean, internet is more of like a
luxury. It's becoming a necessity, though.
Diamonds are a luxury. Okay, you don't need fucking diamonds. All right,
yeah.
That's kind of like, look, if you don't like it, that's your fucking problem. Like, the only reason to get diamonds is because people are fucking dumb. We just got convinced that these really hard rocks are valuable, and that's why they are. It's fucking crazy. Internet is. It's got so much just utility to it. It's like you kind of need it. That's what they need to focus on first, just breaking that up. But we have a government that's completely corrupt. So what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Like, they're all bought off by lobbyists. Like, all of them, they have to suck up to lobbyists to get elected.
Well, it's the problem about trying to elect people is that you're always electing someone that has an agenda. So it's pointless. It's pointless. It's like we're gonna rig the event, for you to vote for these two people, and either way, there's so many companies, get money out of it. So it's like, why are we even voting? Like, why do people vote? Like, why are you gonna vote if you pretty much only have like shit or shit, to vote on?
South Park said it best. Every election throughout all of history has been between some douche and some turd.
Yeah, no, that's the easiest way to stack it. Make everyone hate someone. That's why I laughed so hard when Trump won. I laughed so hard. I was like, I know he's gonna win. Everyone hates him, but I know he's gonna win. And then Hillary was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna win and everything. And next thing you know, she loses, and everyone's like stunned. Even like Disney was making a Hillary statue for their president thing at their park, and they fucking had to change it. I was like, oh, so good.
And the butt hurt from all these people like, oh my god, I can't believe this. It's like, then you don't really understand how the fucking system works. If you are shocked by this, if you are fucking flabbergasted that he could have won,
then it worked.
They don't even want to understand the problem. Nobody wants to sit back and just like try to figure out how it is. Like, try to understand the whole system. Because I fell down the rabbit hole on the Democrat side, too, for a while. And it takes a while. It's hard to drag yourself out of it. You fall down that side of the horseshoe, and it's just really hard to dig yourself out of it.
Well, that's the easiest way to control someone's opinion is to make it an us or them situation. Because when you start thinking of it as an us and them, you stop thinking about the problems or the people that are on your side, and you start focusing primarily on the other side. So it's an easy way to distract you and take your attention away.
You turn a blind eye to the corruption on your side, and you just focus. Well, there's always something like, well, we're not as bad as the other team, and then that's why
we're all equally fucked.
If you vote third party, people have a hard time addressing things. You can criticize shit, and you know what? You can see that it is an us versus them mentality because you start criticizing things from other points of view, and people just assume that you're on the red team or the blue team. There's a lot of people. You can tell the people who have fallen too far to the bottom of the horseshoe because they just assume you're a Republican or they assume you're a Democrat as soon as you start criticizing something.
It's a lot of people talk about how they hate politics and stuff, and a lot of people like, it's weird. You see all this stuff happening, and you have this blatant corruption, right? And it's making people depressed, and everyone's like, oh no, I'm depressed because of this and this, and you're just like, dude, you're depressed because the world's fucked, and you're watching it get fucked, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. Like, that's why you're depressed. I think that's one of the biggest things that just irritates the crap out of me is being able to see, not everything, but seeing the shit on the wall and then not being able to do anything about it.
The world has always been a shit show, and you just have to remember that, like, it's always been like this. To varying degrees of bullshit. It might be horseshit some years, some decades. It might be bullshit other decades. It's a different flavor shit. But it's always been a shit show, and just we've gotten to this point. We'll probably keep going through this. So it's like you just hold your breath and to try not to pay attention to it. Only
that's why we love distractions, because it's like if you know that something's broken and you want to fix it, but you know that you can't, you get upset. So there's two things you can do about it. You can force yourself to try to fix it, even though you can't, or you can distract yourself and pretend it doesn't exist. Until, someone blatantly takes your head and drags it through the shit again. But, I mean, that's why a lot of people in developed countries like distractions, and why there's a big emphasis on, like, technology and stuff. Like, because everyone in, like, third world countries that are stricken with poverty, they're day to day. It's day to day, every single day, all the time. Everything's fucked. They can't lift their head up enough to realize how fucked everything is. And they look at these other countries and think, oh yeah, everything's great. And what they don't realize is that it's the exact same as where they're at right now. It's just a different set of people, different set of circumstances. Because you can sit here every day build your own house, and make a living, just barely, off of the land. And you can do the exact same thing from an area with a better pay grade. The only thing is you have you have the ability to think, oh well, I'm not like that third world country. I'm not that far fucked. But what you don't realize is you're just trading one fuckery for another. You're trading one issue. Like, their issue is food, survival the next day. Your issue is you have food, you've got a vehicle, you can go to different places, but you never have any money. You're always being fucked by somebody else's paycheck. You're always worried that you're not going to be able to pay rent this month. It's the same shit in a different wrapping, no matter where you go. That's one of the reasons I was so depressed when I was in high school, because I went to a few different states when I was in high school, and I realized that no, it's not that a few towns are a little bit shitty here and there. It's the whole U.S. is pretty much just a giant falling apart shit, just a giant shingle that's falling apart. Like, everything's really crappy. Because I was like, oh yeah, if I'll go through a few states on a bus, I'll see some nice cities. And after going through all this, going through most of the states through my young life, I realized, oh wow, well, no, everything's shitty. Like, it's just a little bit of an occasional nice town or nice city surrounded by a whole bunch of dilapidated buildings. It just pissed me off really bad, because when you're younger, you always hear about how everyone likes the U.S. and likes other countries, and that's the outside looking in, but when you're on the inside looking out, you can realize exactly how bad it really is.
That might have been our reputation for the longest time when we embraced freedom, but we stopped embracing freedom a long time ago.
Oh, the freedom got lost when it became a business, which wasn't that far in. As soon as everything shifted to a business model, everything was fucked. Because you can actually look through history whenever they first moved over, and they're like, oh yeah, well, we're worried about this, but we have all this stuff that we can do. And then you start seeing different people moving over and starting companies and doing little things here and there and starting the railroad system and all this other stuff. And you can literally just, if you look through history, you can't see it specifically, but you can see where corporate influence just started coming over and realizing, oh, there's not much shit to stop us here. We can fuck people over a lot more. And it got worse and worse and worse and worse. And everyone looks at America and thinks, oh yeah, that's this great place where everything's good and you have an opportunity for everything. And nope, it's a corporate ruled dystopian future. You just don't know it yet. It's just a giant corporate office. Have fun.
Well, my divinity buddy is back, so I'm gonna head off.
Have fun, man.
All right, take it easy, man.
You too. I say fuck too much. I say fuck way too much. Alright, so I need bronze. Can't level that up yet. So just 8 bronze. Should I have? I don't know, 3 bronze. Oh, actually I do. Sweet. Why does every game have to make the storage devices so damn small and the grind so long? Why? There we go. Yeah, I think that's everything. I can't upgrade anything at all. Alright, I need to... I need to make a building for... Yep, I need to make a building for honey. That's what I need to do. So, goodbye, blacksmith. I don't have anything to do with you right now. I'll be upgrading and building on you later, but for now, let's see if anyone's willing to come on and help me. Because there's like, everyone's just poof. I need to get some trees. Really? Sorry for the wait. I'm looking into noms. Well, it's time to go to the wiki to figure out why the hell these things won't work. Wow, so the entire reason why I haven't been able to make money this entire time is because the bees are fucking picky bastards. The bees are picky bastards. The bees. In order to actually farm out the bees, I have to put the beehives down.
getting something.
Yep.
Hey, House32 New, thank you for the follow. I'm kind of quiet now because someone's on the phone, but I will have my mic open in a bit. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm gonna go poke it with a stick. I poked it with a stick.
All right. All right, wait. I'm getting something.
Oz truly is unstoppable. He is following in different accounts. And I still say thank you. I didn't miss a follow. My apologies if I missed a follow. Oh, look.
All right, wait.
It's a grey guy.
I'm getting something.
One of the most dangerous creatures in the early game. I'm gonna go poke it with a stick. Ah, yeah.
Okay.
Stick is more powerful. Thanks for the follow. Oh, it didn't reach him. Come back. I just want to have a friend. Step. I just wanted a hug. I desperately need to find some berries, because my stamina is terrible right now. With a stick. Trees forever. Trees forever. David McStabstan. Ah! Fuck! Really?
Don't kick her down. She scratched you.
Her back leg fucking caught my pinky. some queen bees. I can't say no to free leather. Can't say no to free leather at all. I can't step. I didn't have a stamina to step. Oh. I need to get used to this item. Some berries. Wish I could plant them. Ooh, building. The real question is there a beehive inside? Nope, no beehive, damn. Spanked him out of existence. It squealed funny. Really funny. Like it went right. And I was like, ho ho ho, was that an insult? See, look, this pig over here, he's standing on a log. That's not normal. That's not normal, so they must die. Jake survived. But he died from the second hit, so he wasn't the one true pig. I missed. Really? Oh, what the fuck are you doing out here? This must be the edge of the territories. You're taking hits for him. Taking hits for him, I will bitch slap you. Told you stop taking hits for him, stupid. 10. I think that's enough to upgrade a couple items, but I don't think I can upgrade them anymore, so it's just extra. Oh. I need to go. What the hell? Oh, this is other parts of the Dark Forest. I'm looking for buildings. I'm failing at it miserably.
All right, wait. I'm getting something.
Yeah.
Thank you, Huss, for another follow.
Okay.
I gotta level up from smacking a tree. Yeah, I'm looking for buildings because buildings have chunks of oh, this is a good chunk of copper. Yeah, you have to find houses to find you gotta find houses to find beehives. Broken down houses. I don't know if there's anywhere else you can find them, but no room, huh? Plenty of you. There we go. Antioxidants. Stamina. Okay. Come here, Shaman. Oh, you tickle so hard. The boss is dead. You should probably run, but you're not. So like retards, I'm gonna keep attacking. Oh, more arrows for me. Amber for me, and gold for me, and this resin can go fuck itself. Plenty of resin. Maybe more resin. Well, that was anticlimactic. I've been farming the crap out of this, though. Trying to get better. Oh, it's, Gobbly... Or not Gobbly, it's the gray guy spawn point. I will make sure to take this down quickly. Oh, damn, that brute's strong. Okay. Learn my lesson. Changing my powerful weapon. And I missed. And stamina. What's official? I'm terrible at stamina management. Down resin, I don't want to do it. Oh, you got a shiny red sword. That means you're good. Nope, just means you're easier to kill. Even anything up there? No. Are they even protecting air? Oh, that guy hurt. I heard more noise. Dude, the skeletons will kill anything. Cool. Here's the tomb. You guys were protecting a tomb, weren't you? I don't see a tomb. Over here? No. No tomb. Over here. Lots of odd-shaped ground. No tomb. I don't think that's a tomb, but... Oh, here, soon enough. Need a lot of stamina. Oh, that fucking poison hurts. Go away. Come on, just... Shaman's dead. That means the rest of you are going to be so fucked once I get stamina. Another shaman? Fuck you, shaman. I've killed so many of these guys, I don't even care about their damn corpses and what they drop anymore. Carrying too much. Why did I drop these stones? were you guys fighting that did so much damage to you? Oh, great, it's one of the best. Holy. Yay, finally buildings. Oh, I found buildings. And, oh, yeah, that sucks.
All right, wait. Getting some.
Yeah, thank you for the follow.
Okay.
Why are beehives so easy to find early for a starting area? So hard to find everywhere else. I mean, I probably shouldn't be in the Black Forest if I want to find bees, but So they don't have a mind of their own. They're merely just sacks of walking sinners. Level 2 neck, I haven't seen that before. Yes, yay.
Whoa, bro.
Whoa, whoa.
You sending me messages saying you're online at like fucking 3:50 my time. 3
Sorry.
hours before I'm off work. But don't apologize. I not that I can't. I won't even see them, but don't apologize.
Oh no, I sent it to you because I was like, hey, I figured, that you'd see it when you could.
Yeah, when I'm home, maybe.
Yeah, no, I didn't know when you were getting back because, like you said the other day, that you get off at this time, and then the next day you're really busy and you weren't going to be getting on at all. So
Well,
I was like, yeah, I'll just send him a message, and when he sees it, he sees it.
no, I'm on today.
Yeah,
Barely.
I made a server, by the way. I'm hosting the same map that we had through a dedicated server that I made. So it fixed the boat issue that we were having.
What boat issue? None of y'all can probably drive in the first place. Oh, no, I'm kidding.
No, the guy that was driving around yesterday, he ended up having an issue where like the boat was taking damage. He said that it was similar to like what happens when people run mods. So he was just taking damage like tag a lot faster than it was supposed to. It was really buggy. And I didn't know if he was. I was like, well, maybe it's just you're getting too far from the host or something. But I don't know what it was. But whatever it was, I was like, I'll try to make a dedicated server. And if it works, it works. If not, no harm, no foul. And if it helps us fix any issues at all, why not?
Yeah.
And so I decided I'd make it. So it's up, it's running, and I can't use my VPN with it for some reason. It won't even let me in locally if I have my VPN up, which I don't know how. I mean, I guess the VPN works. Cough, cough. Just expect to be much of an asshole. So right now I'm literally skulking around the map looking for buildings so I could grab honey. I need more queen bees. And I've like charted out the entire southern region of the map. Almost.
I'm playing BDO. I'm trying to finish off the season quest goals before the season ends, and I can't complete it. Gotta get that benefit. I was thinking the other day, I was like, because every time I played BDO, I've been like trying to just like do the super high end shit, try to figure out why I'm not doing the damage, and I was thinking, you know what? Fuck that. Just play it and enjoy it instead of fucking trying to.
Right.
When I get there, I'll fucking get there. If I'm not able to kill as efficiently as I should be, then I need to go and do some other stuff anyway and figure out what the fuck's going on in my own time instead of trying to rush it.
I see the most fun I had with things like. Is that a brute? Oh, that's a brute fighting skeletons. Don't mind if I do.
I know we have sneak attack damage and shit, but I wish we had like with daggers we had like a lot of we had bonus back attack damage with daggers. That way you could actually have a rogue in there. There's a mob that does that, but where you actually get like if you get behind them you get bonus damage.
Yeah, that might actually be interesting. I've just found another tomb. Another set of skeletons, another tomb. Wait, do I have more than one stack of bones? No, I don't. Why is it? Oh, I have rocks in my inventory. Found another tomb, which is great. I have like 4 marked now.
I've done a lot of guild hopping and shit too, and I'm just like, maybe I'm just gonna stay guildless for a bit and just fucking cruise.
I wanted to like BDO, but knowing that it went into an actual that the end game was PvP and there was just a lot to get through.
Well,
like starting off, it was rough.
It'll make you feel a bit better. They've been doing some changes. When was the last time you played? What was the latest class?
I punchy dude?
What, dude? Punchy?
The guy that like
the-
just punches?
For the striker?
Yeah.
Well, they have a whole bunch of different classes now in there. We even have a support class. There's like all buffs. They're like a bard.
Well, the problem is, I wanted to enjoy the game, but I also, at the same time, didn't know a damn thing about it. So it's like
I could.
it's
I
like
can
walking
teach you
into
a
a
lot
college
about-
course, and that
Yeah.
off puts me pretty hard. Like, I love when a game has a lot, but it needs to like give it to you in segments. A lot of games have it in, it's a troll.
Yeah, they have a little burst. They teach you one thing at a time and then move you up. Yeah, I get it. I mean, technically, they kind of do, but they don't really, like, for certain things, they don't teach you jack shit. Like, they don't really seem to teach you anything for PvE, or not for PvE, for, like, gathering and shit.
Really close there, bud. Real close.
But they added the support class. They have a whole bunch of other classes as well that were added in.
Got
We
it.
have awakenings. We have awakenings out. I don't know if those were out before.
Gotta love that moment you're just enjoying the nighttime stroll on the beach and you're face first into a troll.
When you played, did they have awakenings? Do you know what those are?
I think so.
Where when you hit 56, you can get that secondary weapon.
Yeah. They had that.
Well,
I
they
heard
have
about
that, but they have succession now as well, which is so you can go awakening or succession, and succession is just it lets you compete with your main hand, your original weapon again. So if you like the original playstyle of the character before awakening, you can actually do good with it. Because they have like a whole bunch of shit added in, like stronger skills or they're chained as well a little bit. Different effects to compete so they can actually fight people that are awakened.
Oh.
And some of them their succession is actually stronger than their awakening. And they added the very first dungeon in one of the recent expansions, so we actually have a dungeon.
Well, that took a while.
Well, they weren't going to add PvE content, like in-game stuff like dungeon and shit.
Let me guess,
And
that
then
has a
they-
stupid high demand for it.
Yeah, they have a stupid high demand for it, which is also why they added the sport class. But they had started adding dungeons. I haven't gotten to do the dungeon on my sport class. I've done it on this character, but I mean, only on the season server. That's another thing. They have these seasons that come out, and you can make a seasonal character that can play on season or other servers, but you get more stuff from the season servers. And it can help you if you have no gear and stuff like that. You can actually you can actually get geared. Or ow.
Trying to find a stopping point for adventuring out, but there's just a lot of shit. Like a lot of world to explore. I'm waiting for me to hit another biome, because the snow biome is right next to where we started. Right above the Black Forest, and now I'm running around. And I've been going south for a while. Because I'm just walking around the shoreline so I can map out where the continent's at. Kind of grid it out a little bit. And man, there is a lot of fucking space. But here in a minute, I'll show you the map.
I'll be able to look at it, but not just yet. I am fighting your stuff that I really should not be able to.
I get it.
And dying to it.
That sucks. I found a river. First river I've actually seen.
I almost had all of them killed.
I think that's far enough in that direction. And to cross the river.
Why would you let me die, Flash? You could have saved me.
My apologies, it would have taken longer to make an account and log in and find you than be able to actually get to you. So I didn't even start.
No, I got this, man. Make an account, log in, and I'll come get you. I have a two-seater.
I will come get you, and you will level 1 me to victory.
Exactly.
It is officially day 62 in game. Ooh, a town.
Sure.
An old dilapidated town. Peace, please give me peace. Chest that has flint and arrows in it. Yay! I really wanted more of those. Yeah, and one. And no beehive. Fuck. Oh, I see tall, spindly ass trees. It can only mean one thing. Plains biome. Oh, no fucking beehives. Let's try to get here. I gotta get over to that shoreline at least enough in order to actually, at least enough to actually put it on the map. Please have a beehive. Please have a beehive. Do you not have a beehive? You're like half broken.
You'd probably have trouble picking a class playing this game at this point. Would you even play before when you played?
I think I played a wizard.
Ah.
Mainly because, range and easy to play, so I can get a feel for the game. Can I? How much do I need? Resin and a workbench. Okay. Can't make a boat because I need resin and a workbench. I've been dropping resin like fucking candy because I can't stand it anymore. We've got an entire chest of resin, by the way. An entire chest just with resin. And besides fire arrows and a couple other items, it's not even all that useful.
Oh, and Pearl Abyss bought their game back, or took their game back from Cacao.
Wait, what?
Yeah. They took the NA version of the game back.
Wait, which game?
Black Desert.
Wait, is that why it was in the western areas? Because it was being run by a different company?
So, the original company was Pearl Abyss from, they're the ones that made it and everything.
Yeah.
But they let another company run the North American version. Well, they took it back from the North American version. Now they're running it. They bought servers and shit over here or whatever, and transferred them all of our shit or everything over to their server.
You know why they did that, right? They didn't want to invest in the market. They're like, oh, the American market won't be good. No one will fucking play it. And they did the same thing. They made the same fucking mistake that Capcom did. Oh, no one will want to play it on the computer. No one wants to play it on the computer. No one wants to play it in the US.
And then when everybody wants to fucking play it, they want it back.
Yep. That's an ongoing theme in some Oriental origin companies I've noticed.
On
Not all of them.
Plus, I mean, it kind of, so far, it's benefited us immensely. We get our updates faster now because they're doing them and they know what the fuck they're doing. So we get them, I think, around the same time that they send out the normal ones, I think. We're getting content faster now.
Oh yeah. I didn't say that the game didn't get better afterwards. It's just annoying to see it. It's irritating because
or they piss them off.
Because sometimes they do that, then they just fuck the game entirely. Like they fuck it until no one wants to play it.
Not the exact same thing, but Fiesta Online was a game I used to play. And somebody bought them out, or bought the game and then just fucked it worse than it already was going downhill.
Yeah, it really makes you wonder. Like if you could hand big, popular ass games that people love off to other companies, I wonder how it would affect the company, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just been, but well, Fiesta started going downhill when they fired a lot of their GMs that they really shouldn't have gotten rid of. They would run events and all kinds of shit and interact with the player base.
In other words, they built a community and the game designers didn't care that the community existed.
Oh yeah, so when they went, most people eventually stopped playing.
That's why people liked WoW when it first came out. The community is what made WoW.
But the GMs and shit was always there, and they they had a following, and people would always show up. They'd have like events every day, boss events, drop events, hide and seek events where they'd give clues, and you had to run around the map to find them, and you get prizes at whoever found them first.
Yeah, see, that's what happened with me. When we were adminning a server for Ark.
Yeah.
We loved it so much, and we liked the community, and we wanted to help the community grow. And we put everything we had into it. The shop that the admins made wasn't running. Like, the only guy that was able to run it was never on, and when he was on, he ignored people. He'd be like, oh yeah, I'll be there in like 5 minutes. And 3 hours later, he still wouldn't fucking be there. So we're like, okay, we'll just make it our own shop, because we already bought some of the creatures from the store. We'll breed the ones that we have, that we can, and we'll capture other ones of high level, and we'll do our best to breed those, and we'll just make a shop. And we'll just sell all the creatures, because the entire purpose of the shop was for people to come in and be like, okay, if I kill X amount of this creature, I'll get this item, and I can trade these items in for a currency, and this currency can get me creatures, which will save me time.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Is this a village? There's a weird thatched building over here. Anyway, we got everything up and running. We fixed it. Me and a friend even got together and we started basically we were just unofficial admins.
And then they were like, get out of here.
No. What happened was we got it to a point to where everyone was loving it. Like these prices are fair. You're giving us good stuff. The new players aren't getting ripped off, and the old players are getting good stuff too. We really like it, and we even had a little thing where, like, if you donated to the server, you could get like a pack, and the pack would get a randomized certain amount of things, and the more you donated, the more stagnant things like you would get. Like, say you donated, there's like 3 or 4 tiers, and if you donated like $5, you would get, not a lot of money, $5, you would get a pack of dinos that would help you, like, with the start of the game, basically, like all the grindy stuff. You get creatures to help you grind stuff, and
even mid high level, low to mid, or even some high level Ankies, Doeds, and shit.
And the second one was like attacking creatures. The third one was like boss creatures, and the fourth one was like creatures that you couldn't really get. They were really hard to get and grow. Like Tech Ellie, Element Sloth guys. Element Sloth guys that give you element gotchas. And things like that. But you could only get those if you donated to a certain amount, and it would be like $20. Which would pay for the server for a whole month. And then when that happens, you could... Did I just skip out in that entire building? I did. When that happens and you get the stuff, you're able to get all those creatures and do what you want with it. And it's just a random drop. If you're stagnant, the rest are random. And you get items and all sorts of stuff. It was something to help people that wanted to play the game. And what we did was the Crystal Isles map had just come out. It was really popular. It was unofficial. Everyone was enjoying it. So we're like, okay. We looked around the map and we realized, oh, you can get the artifacts from everywhere, and you can get them really easy. So we're like, okay, we'll have events where certain artifacts will be worth 2 for 1, and other than that, you'll just turn in a certain amount of artifacts. Well, we got it to a point to where, in order to buy stuff, you would have to spend, like, I think in order to get like some really good farming creatures from the store, you'd have to sit for 8 hours, like 4 to 8 hours, just every 5 minutes grabbing an artifact. And I think it was like half a day for decent ones, a full day for like a whole lot of good farming creatures. And you could breed these. They weren't, we didn't sell them to you neutered. Like, once you got them, you were good. We didn't want to rip you off. And So, and if you wanted the neutered ones, they would be like half price, so like you would get them faster, but they wouldn't be breedable.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to breed, but they would still.
So we made like this crazy list. Like we made a list. We asked everyone to vote on what creatures are worth what amount, like how useful they are. We talked about how useful they were according to the admins and what we thought about it. And we broke down and we made an entire chart and a list, and we color graded them. And I made the spreadsheet for all of it. And right when we got all the spreadsheet and everything done, I finished it, put it on Google Docs, and was like, "Here you go, guys." Well, the main admin comes back, and he loved us. He was happy. And we made a second currency to move element across the maps, because like what would happen is if you wanted to get element from one server to another, you couldn't transfer it.
So you would delete it, you'd toss it in from one server, you'd delete it or whatever, and then you'd give them that amount on the other server.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'm assuming that did it.
What we would do is there's a thing called BCR, which is basically just a black log that's charcoal that you can get only from admins. So we were like, okay, cool, we'll use that as the element thing, and we'll put it in rewards for events and stuff. So we did that, and we got everything set up, and everyone was enjoying it. And then they came back, and they started making little changes. And then the father of the main admin guy, he come in, and he was like, oh, well, I want our original system. So the original system was this. Me and my girl got together, and we went over with some, what are they called? Please? Yeah. And we farmed a metric crap ton of Tesoteuthis.
The squid, yeah.
Yep, because the squid was what was worth a lot. So what we did was we got the Tesoteuthis pieces, and we traded them to the store for money to get stuff. And within like 3 or 4 days, we had a ridiculous amount of.
Just about.
We had like 40 grand in their currency, which was enough to buy 2 of every type of creature from 2 stores. We basically cleaned them out in a couple of days.
Like the admin's son came on and he was like, "What the fuck?"
Because when you make a first purchase, you get 25% off. So added, or 25% of whatever you have added to it. So we got like 30K. We walked in with like 30 some odd K. We left with like nearly 70. And gave him all the items and trophies and stuff, which the trophies were supposed to. Oh shit, that's a troll. That's an unexpected troll.
Holy fuck, that fucker.
Yeah, they're big. They're big and terrifying. So we're gonna just hit him in the damn face. Give myself a moment of reprieve. Well, nope. He took it to the face and didn't do anything. So we got everything sorted. The dad came back. Obviously, their system was broken, right? We wanted to fix it. We wanted to make it fair. We wanted to make it time-based. We wanted to make it by like how much time you're willing to spend. And we didn't want to ask for a lot of time, and we wanted to give people a benefit for paying a little bit of amount for the server, because we basically just wanted the servers to be self-sustaining.
Yeah.
And we worked hard to get that. I think it took us an entire week. And we got everything set up. And unfortunately, they came in and they wanted to do their own thing, and we had to leave because of life stuff. And once we left, the guy that was helping us, him and his wife, continued to help the server out. They ignored our suggestions and then put in their own suggestions from our ideas, and they made them worse. Like, they're like, oh yeah, let's make a PvP server. So they made a PvP server, and everyone was like, no, we don't want a Scorched Earth server. Well, they made their PvP server a Scorched Earth server.
Wow.
And me and her just sitting there like, what? Like, you said you didn't want that server. And you made it a PvP server. Like, dude, people are gonna fucking hate that shit.
Yeah, it's hard enough to fucking start off and survive in the first fucking place over
Right?
there, let alone...
Now you have to worry about people stabbing you or fucking blocking you off and, dying really easy.
So that map, when it first came out, was a...
it's still a bitch, man. Let's be honest. I can't tell you how many times... I can't tell you how many times I had my asshole eaten out by a terror bird as soon as I spawned. I didn't even get a chance to get the load screen. It was just, oh, look, like, I'm looking at my wrist. Terror bird up my ass.
Yep. Like it, or you're fucking loading, it hasn't even like colored in yet, and you can hear it attacking you.
Yep. Or you can hear the alligator grab you. Yeah. You're just sitting there, you're like, oh sweet, I spawned next to water. Never mind, I'm still looking at my wrist while I'm being attacked.
But it's almost safer to not be near the water, but it's also where you need to start off, or you'll fucking die.
You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't in that map. But they did that, and they started messing with stuff, and they took it to the old system and everything like that. And a lot of people on the server were pissed. Because they liked the new setup. They liked the fact that you could spend a couple of hours or a week, here and there, and get dinos you wanted, And they were happy because it was even throughout everything. It wasn't based on, like, a mega tribe versus everyone else or anything like that. Because that was the problem, is you had the issue of the people that were all over the place, that had a lot of people, could do everything, and the people that weren't couldn't. So you have this crazy amount of people in one section of the map, like 2 or 3 or 4, that are just getting a stupid amount of items and creatures and stuff, and breeding them and all sorts of stuff. And then you have the people that are just starting out, and they're just like, what the fuck? There's just people everywhere that have everything, and they've taken all the good spots, and, they can't get anywhere. So the new players just see everyone has everything, get frustrated, and leave.
I'll be right back, dude.
Yeah. Nope, I am not doing this. I am not fighting a level fucking 2 brute with a shaman and 5 other regulars. Nope, I'm not doing it. I don't care.
Oh no! Oh. Maybe.
If you don't know any harder, someone's gonna wonder what you're doing.
It's cover-up day.
Oh, fuck me, another shaman.
It's cover-up day. Guess what they're covering up?
What?
Krampus Stampus.
Yay, that's fun.
Stamps. Oh, those are the hardest to fucking cover. And 90% of these dumbass bitches get something black. Oh, I wonder if there's a Manus Stampus. I wonder if there's a man stamp. Oh.
He's dead. Almost made a complete circle. Fuck you, shaman. Get off my dick. Oh, there are enough of you guys. Yeah, I wanted to level up my weapon, but it's too much.
Sorry about that. I'm back. But yeah,
No problem.
I know, I understand that crap. I've had to deal with that kind of bullshit. Not that exact scenario, but people thinking they know better when something's already working right the first time around, and then coming back to like literally coming back to something without knowing what's going on and then trying to make changes.
Well, the sad part is that the owner, the son, he actually really loved art, wanted a good community, and was at his wit's end. Like, he was about to just say fuck it and let it die. And we got everyone together, got everyone situated, and we made servers for people to come onto, to transfer to. And they came in and, you know, they're like, oh, you're admins now. And I'm like, oh, or more than that. And it just all fell apart, but
Yeah.
it gets rough, you know, dealing with people sometimes. What's sad is I think we had more issues with the admins than we did the players. Which is hilarious, because you usually have the opposite's true.
Yeah.
Can't see a damn thing in this fog.
You know, hands down, I'm picking this necklace. Give me that. I don't even know how much of an upgrade that's gonna be, but probably like fucking 10 AP on my other character. It's fucking 11 on this character, but I can't wear it. What is it? 30 AP. What's my other highest one? Oh, it's only 4. It's only 4 AP, but 4 AP is 4 fucking AP. At this point. What would that bring me to? Oh, it would bring me into the next fucking AP bracket. Hell yeah. That's always nice. Might actually be able to do some shit. And 65%, I need 35% to go.
Wait a minute. Cooking station, an empty chest, a pre-made
Dude.
house. I found your base!
How many?
There's a rock in it.
Yes, you leave my rock alone. You did find my base. Is it right next to the water?
Yep.
Kinda.
Yep.
In
It's
the
south
forest,
of where.
yeah.
Yep. Slightly south off to the right of where we were.
you found my house.
I knew I'd find it eventually. I just didn't
It's
expect
sneaky as fuck, though, isn't it?
I came in here. I was like, hell yeah, we're gonna get some honeybees and. This is fucking night space. Son of a bitch. I was looking forward to bees.
Dude, you gotta admit that is a fucking sneaky ass pre-made base to find though. Most of that was pre-made, but I replaced the missing stuff and repaired all the damaged structure.
Oh, yeah, you did. Sneaky sneak.
But I didn't put it there. I just repaired it. But it's like really, really sneaky sneak. But that was a prefab originally. So that's kind of crazy, to be honest.
If I can do this.
You
Yep.
leave my house alone. Are you messing with my house, bro?
No, I'm just putting my bed in your house.
You motherfucker.
So I can sleep, because I haven't slept in 3 days. Game time. My character's fucking tired, man. Like, so tired.
Dude, so when I work Saturdays, I get paid for 10 hours, but I technically only work 9. It's nice.
Today was the last day in the pay period, so I finished that part of my work. Oh, I saw an advertisement for a new anime yesterday that I actually want to watch now.
What is it?
It's about, like, Overlord, how, like, he spawns in, he's like, oh, I'm a necromancer skelly guy and fuck everybody.
Well, what's the name of it? I might have already.
It's
Or is it not out?
I can't remember the name of it, but it's this guy spawns into another world and is like, oh, I'll just help people, it'll be really cool. And what he doesn't realize is, like, he's an undead wearing, like, bright shiny armor.
Oh, I've only seen one with undead, so.
Like, yeah,
Is
so like,
it already out?
no, it's going to be coming out. You fucked up a lot of trees over here.
If you can remember the name, you need to find it.
Left all these trees to litter the landscape.
You leave the trees around my house alone. I've been going further away from my house to keep it hidden.
We got this big ass fucking base where we can have a second floor of everything, and everybody's trying to build their own little hut on the outside.
Hey! To be fair, I had that before you had that big ass base.
It's almost like we have Ebola or something, and everyone's fucking terrified they're gonna catch it. I ain't sleeping in there. You might have Ebola.
You know dang well that I had that place before. You had that big ass
Dude,
base.
I was so pissed earlier when I started looking into bees. And I found out you can't build them inside of a base. I have been literally making shit to be able to put them in. And I didn't know that. And then I look it up on the wiki, I'm like, what the fuck? It says needs to be in natural light, can't be inside. I'm like, are you fucking kidding? This entire time I've been trying to put them in bases and we haven't had honey because of the fact that I didn't put them outside. I was like, really?
Oh.
I could have had honey day one.
Why are y'all showing up as a quest objective if I'm not allowed to murder you? It's like, oh, you can murder this, but you're gonna lose karma, yes. Whatever. Where's my actual targets? The ones I really want. They're not gazelles. Stop showing me gazelles. And I know they're kind of hidden, but I know what they look like. So where the fuck are they?
Dude, that reminds me, the guy, were you here when we first spawned in? Or did you come in right after?
Well, I think I could spawn in right after.
Because, like, Burger kept fucking dying day one. Oh man, it was priceless. He died 6 times before he even had a base built. I was just like, I haven't even died in this game at all. Like, I've walked into trolls, I've done all sorts of stuff. You know, I've ran my happy ass away a few times, yeah. But, like...
Well,
know.
I found out personally that sometimes it's just faster to find an almost complete pre-built and just slap some shit in there and repair it to start with at least. Because it takes so much time to get like your workbench started and an actual something to house protect you. Otherwise, because of all the wood requirements.
Oh yeah, no, when you can just repair it and then throw a bed down, it's fine. But those roofs are annoying. Like the funnel roofs they have on all the big buildings.
Yeah, did you actually look at the roof on my
No, I didn't.
house?
Nah, I've been trying to find the village home. It's such a fucking beautiful sight.
Wait. So you'll start it over, but that is same, but you have to go back to that location to find it.
Oh no! When I made a bed and slept there, it moved my bed location. I hadn't marked our home base on the map, so
Rip.
it looks fucking nice from a distance, though. I gotta admit. I guess Haas is no longer gonna follow me. I've had a guy that's named Haas something or another, and I think he's been just making accounts and following me.
Dude, I want season 4 of fucking Overlord so bad.
It's been forever since anything came out with an Overlord.
It's so good though.
It is. It's just irritating. It's like the time I got reincarnated as a slime. You know, it's so good, but they just can't make episodes fast enough. It's
I know.
really annoying.
When they can, there's actually. Is this subbed or no? That's not subbed. No, that's not the one I'm watching. Where's? New episodes of How Not to Summon a Demon Lord are out though.
Really? New episodes or
Yeah.
the whole season?
Well, a lot of the season. There's like at least 8 episodes of season 2 out and dubbed.
Oh, nice.
There's more and subbed.
So it's
They're
like 60-70% done somewhere in there. Nice. I guess that means I'll be watching or catching up on the new season soon for that. They're almost done coming out with the How Not to Summon a Demon Lord. Was it How Not to Summon a Demon Lord?
Yeah, How Not to Summon a Demon Lord season 2. There's 8 episodes in English out.
Yeah, there's 8 in dubbed, and then there's like how many? 14 or 15? Like, so they're almost done with that season, with the second season. I can't wait. That's gonna be awesome.
It might be done in subbed. I don't see any new. I don't know though.
Well, they have a bad habit of listing it as ongoing and then not changing it, you know, from ongoing to complete. If it is completed.
And season 2 of Reincarnated as a Slime, there's about 14 episodes out.
Yeah, season 2 part 2 is what you need.
Yeah, that's what I've been.
Season 2 part 2, that's where I'm at right now. I haven't even. I think I've like just barely grazed the first episode because we were watching it in dub, and I was so pissed. I was so fucking pissed that it stopped at that part. How far have you gotten in it?
I've been watching subs, so I'm actually past 14.
So you're in season 2 part 2?
Yeah.
I was so pissed, dude, that it took so long for him to be a demon lord. Like that pissed me off so much.
Yeah, he's already a demon lord of mine. Actually, he's fucking. Well, I don't want to give these spoilers, so I'm just gonna shut up.
Oh well, right now, all I know is that he just became a demon lord, and that I think her name's Milam, the fucking dragon chick. She's being mind controlled by dipshit.
I was you're kind of caught up, so you know what he's doing next. So yeah, you're kind of, you know, shit's about to hit the fan. That's you know what's happening.
Oh yeah, no, he's when I watched the YouTube video that had a small clip of him getting pissed off from what's his name, bapping her upside the fucking head.
Oh yeah,
and when I saw that and he started to get pissed off, I was like, I cannot wait for Rimuru to beat the living shit out of that white dressed fucktard. I am so sick of hearing about that guy.
Dude, all his fucking new allies. Like, he even has fucking Veldora with him now. Oh, actually, I'm 2 episodes behind.
He didn't become a demon. The white guy didn't become a demon lord. He's just like the concierge of what's her face because he's controlling her.
Yeah, I know. But like, fucking Rimuru has like Veldora and shit helping him now.
It's getting to a point to where everybody's helping him, and they're just gonna make a nice faction, and things are gonna get really fucking good.
Like, Veldora alone is just gonna fucking. Well, you got Veldora, and then you have all his other allies, and Veldora. Well, that would be a spoiler. I can't say. He hasn't fought anything yet, but it's more of a detail spoiler.
I love how the Dwarf King let him come back and everything, and how pissed he was. He's like, "Did you just realize we lost like the best fucking potion we could ever get because you wanted to be a greedy little bitch?" I love that so much. That he was just like, I have to banish him because I have to, and then immediately turns at that one guy. Was like, you son of a bitch, you. I was just like, haha.
And then he's over here like, loophole, another loophole.
Yeah, we'll make it work. Don't worry. Just relax.
I'm actually 2 episodes behind. I watched up to season 2, part 2, episode 9. I haven't watched 9 yet, or 10. But that's subbed.
I wanna pick it up. I prefer sub, but it's hard. Hard on my girl. She can watch it, but it's not fun, having to read. And because I got into a point to where I've watched so many anime and I've read so much crap that at this point I don't even realize I'm reading, because I read so fast. It's like when I was in fucking high school, I was reading on a college level already. So I mean, I was watching so much anime when I was younger.
Dude, I read so many. I still read books. Like, I have fucking Kindle Unlimited on my phone.
I wanna read books, but I've been audiophiling more than I've actually been reading. The current book series I'm on, I'm in love with, and I'm on the last book of the series, so I stopped. But
Dude, I hate that when you find such a good fucking series, and then you finish it, and you're just like, and there's not gonna be any more, and you're like, well, that's fucked.
Yeah.
Yes, I found a couple like that lately, and they've been just super good, and I can't put them down.
The last one that I couldn't put down was a while ago was Aragon. Aragon, Brissinger was kind of or not Brissinger. Yeah, it was Brissinger. It was the second book. Aragon, Brissinger, Eldest, and I can't remember what the last one was called. Inheritance. But it's a 4-book series. It was written by, I think, a high school student, and the book series, like, if you like the movie, don't even compare. The book is amazing. But the first book is Aragon. The second book is Brissinger, which actually wasn't as good. Like, there was a lot of building in that book, and it focused a lot on.
I don't remember them, but I read them.
Yeah, the second one was the cousin and him, and I was more interested in him than the fucking cousin, but we had to hear about the cousin anyway. So half the book, or 3/4 of the book, is about the damn cousin fighting things off in the village.
And they fucked the movie so hard.
Oh,
it could have been
no.
Like, the animation back then was actually really fucking good for its time.
Yeah, like, I remember they had like a game lined up and everything. They were like, "Oh, it's gonna be such a cash cow," but whoever directed it was a complete tard.
The movie. Yeah. They like tried to shove like all the storyline from all 3 books into the first fucking movie.
Oh no! They got the first like 3 chapters of the book, and then the last 4 chapters of the book, the first book.
Yeah, there's like no fucking. Like,
There's no
so much
Rozak
missing.
at all.
There's
Like
a-
you
I think
see the
there's
Rozak once, and they're the core fucking. Like the Rozak were big, all the way to the second book. Like Galbatorix wasn't even a problem until the 3rd book. Like Eldest,
Like,
hands down, was my favorite, dude. The
It
one
skips
the
so
one
much shit, too.
was it the part but is whole, the one that is partial but whole, or whatever the heck his name he nicknamed himself as. Like, dude, once Aragon got into the elf village and started learning about the real, dragon magic and stuff, I fucking lost my shit, dude. I did not put that book down. I started my eyes started to hurt because I was reading faster than what I would actually be able to read. So like I was trying to read so fast that I was almost skimming the pages, and I had to rub my eyes multiple times because I couldn't get enough of it. We're just like, yes, magic world building, my favorite, yes.
Dude, there's actually, I can't remember what it was. It's been so long since I've seen it or read it. But with the movie, there was actually a couple things that were not even in the correct order that they happened.
Oh yeah, like the village, the place that he went to, happened a lot earlier than it was supposed to. Rom's death happened a lot earlier, and he met was it Madoc? He met Madoc way too fucking early, like way too early. If I remember his name correctly. It's been years since I've read that.
I'm just like, it's like this guy didn't even fucking read the book his damn self.
Yeah. But the one that I'm currently in love with is, and it is, don't get me wrong, it's kind of a tragedy. Like there's a lot of sad shit that happens in the book, and sometimes some of the people that died aren't actually dead, which is amazing, because the fact that they pulled that shit off was just, I'm telling you, man, that the fact that they pulled some of that off in the book series was just like fucking amazing. But it's called, the book series that I'm currently in love with is called The Stormlight Archives by Brandon Sanderson. It's The Way of Kings is the first book.
I wonder
It
if I can go.
is so good. If you have like credits or anything to be able to like get books, just get the first book. And if you don't like it, don't continue reading it. But if you like the first book, dude, get all of them. I literally paid like $30 for the whole set by getting it through Audible, through the credits every month. I got all the books, and
All right.
it's awesome.
So Kendall keeps up with how many days I've read and how many weeks and stuff. I have read every single day for the last 375 days.
Holy fuck. Dude, I'm scared I'm going to run out of books,
56
man.
weeks in a row of reading without stopping, without missing a single day.
I'll be honest, I'm probably going to pick up reading once all of our bills are up. Once all of our bills are fixed and stuff, because I like listening to the books and stuff, and I like reading, but it's one of those things like I decided like a year and a half to 2 years ago I wanted to put a bookcase behind me. Like when I streamed, I wanted to put a bookcase and have all my favorite books on it, and just have it there and then read whenever I felt like it, and go through the series and just work my way shelf to shelf. But the problem is, losing your place to live, and then nearly losing your place to live again, and bills coming by and just screaming at you doesn't help for that. So once we fully get on our feet, there's going to be some things I'm going to be investing in that I really wanted to do, because
if you can look for the Cartherian Gambit book series. It's
hold
by
on.
Michael Anderle.
Let me grab my browser. What's it called? What's the series called?
Cartherian Gambit would be the start. It's Kurtherien IAN and then Gambit. It's by Michael Anderle.
21 book
ANDE.
series.
And then that's just the first fucking series. There's
Dude, I
also
haven't-
side stories and other shit. There's like a whole bunch of authors working together on all this. So there's like multiple side stories and other shit that a lot of it correlates to each other or is related. Like, and Gambit is just the 21 books. There's also another one after it called Endgame, which is a lot as well right now. Then they have other side
I'll be honest
series
with you,
and
I
shit.
haven't touched a book series with that many books in it since I started reading the Cycle series. Like, I read the Cycle series a while ago, and I read I read like almost 20 books. Because I think, there's the first 4, then there's 5, then there's like 3 extras, and there's like 4 other books.
So
And-
if you include all offshoots and side stories, there's over like 100 and I think there's supposed to be over 180 books total.
Have you
That
have
are
you
all-
ever looked
all
into
the same.
Have you ever looked into the book series, the Shannara book series?
Shannara Chronicles, I
Yeah.
can't remember if I read it or not.
I remember they came out with a Netflix series that died.
Question.
Mhm.
Is- Really, that was it. You know that was funny.
Good thing.
You're welcome.
Have
But
you
yeah,
heard
there's-
of the?
And they're not
Uh,
short books either. They're not like super short.
What is the? There's a short series book that I really liked. I think it's called the Amber Chronicles. That's a book series I thoroughly enjoyed. It wasn't as long as I thought it would be. The Chronicles of Amber. The Chronicles of Amber is a series of fantasy novels by the American writer Roger Zelensky. It consists of 2 story arcs and 5 novels in length. And you can actually get the full book. It's about like a 3-inch thick book. It's not a lot because it was condensed down to a smaller format than what it originally was. So there's more per page than what you would think. So it's a really good series though. It starts off with a guy that he's suffering from amnesia. He doesn't know where he is or who the fuck he is, what the hell happened. Like, all he knows is that he's been living the past, like, so many years and has no idea who the fuck he is and is trying to get to the bottom of it. And it is like... I gotta say, it's almost like a isekai anime, the way it's written. Like, the random shit he just falls into that you did not expect is awesome. And the other series that I read through thoroughly was the Incarnations of Immortality. Very short book series, really good. It's by Piers Anthony. Really good writer, actually. I didn't think I would like the first book, and after I read his first book, I couldn't stop grabbing books that he had written. The Incarnations of Immortality is really interesting because it covers different gods. The first one is the god of death. The second one, or they call them offices, because people inherit these offices, and for whatever time period or whatever, they have to do the job of that office. So the first guy finds himself taking up the mantle of death, which is on a pale horse, and it's like a semi-futuristic. Think of it like the world's kind of in between, slightly older in its beliefs and morals, and current or in the tech is kind of like a mix between magic and like Blade Runner. So there's a lot of like there's a lot of magic involved. There's a lot of like wives' tales and beliefs involved in the world, and a lot of knowledge about spiritual stuff that we don't really have. And that's what the world's sitting in. Well, the first incarnation is death. The second one, which they haven't released in audible, which I don't understand. They've released every other book except for the last book and that book, and I don't know why they're not releasing it. It's the second book is about Kronos, the Keeper of Time. I think it's Kronos, but it's the Keeper of Time, and his whole thing is that he lives life backwards because the time, the hourglass that he works with is always in reverse. But his power isn't just time. His power is over space and time. So he can go anywhere in time. He can go anywhere in time. He can go anywhere in space. And each one of these incarnations, whenever they start their office, they have to prove themselves and learn some kind of, deep truth about the office. Like the first one, Death, he has to figure out, how is he going to kill people? He doesn't want to kill people. But as the incarnation of Death, he has to, kill them. Well, not kill them, but he has to start their ending. And if he doesn't, there's like obscene consequences that follow with these people. And you get into a little bit of that with time, but not as much. The third book is the Book of War, and that one's amazing. It's about a guy that he can't really talk, so he has to sing because singing uses a different part of your brain. So that way it stops him from stuttering. He can actually speak normally when he sings. So he starts singing and everything and becomes the incarnation of war, and he wants absolutely nothing to do with it. Like, he doesn't want to kill people. He's the one that has to reside over war zones and conflicts, and there's just a ridiculous amount of war all the time, and he's always busy. The problem is that he has to go to the war zones, and before Death can collect them, he has to release them from war, which means he has to let them, in a way, die on the field. And he has to oversee it. And if he doesn't oversee it, they just live in agony. They don't die. They just sit there living with the pain and agony of whatever wounds they have. And it is, there's like a 3-part story, like overlaying on top of that. It's really like the way he writes is really nice. Sometimes you'll read a book and you'll get like a side story, and the side story is kind of good, and you get interested in the main story, and there might be some subtle other stuff in the background, but you just don't care about it. With Piers Anthony, with the way he writes, he'll have like 4 or 5 different things going on that tie into other parts of the series that you didn't really notice, but weren't boring. I never found myself bored when I was reading his book series. But he also has another series called the series of Xanth, which is hilarious. It's Florida has been turned into a giant magical area, and there's a dome all around it. And if you leave, you lose your magical abilities. And there's a guy that wants to figure out what kind of magical ability he has, and he goes on this epic journey to try to figure out, what's going on. And the king of the area is always like the most powerful mage. Like, whoever the most powerful mage is of the entire area is like the king of Florida, right? The king of the land. I can't remember what they called it, but it's Florida. And he goes on this journey and meets all these things, and like has these bizarre encounters with people and creatures and all sorts of stuff. And he gets to the end of his journey, and it like the absurdity doesn't stop, and it is hilarious. Like, I was laughing so hard, I was nearly in tears by the end. But he wrote a Xanth series, which was a play on his own name because it's Piers Anthony, so Xanth, Piers Anthony. So he read he made that series. And what's weird is I read what did I read? I read. Okay, it was like back to back. I read The Hunger Games. I read the. What is the series even called? Abomination. It was made into a movie series. Abomination. Hold on. The book is called 4. The last book, like the prequel. Veronica Roth Divergent series. That's what it is. So Divergent, Insurgent, Allegiant, and 4. So 4 tells you the secondary main character story, and Divergent, Insurgent, and Allegiant are they're basically like a weird play on a slight dystopian future that's almost exactly like the Hunger Games, kind of. So I read that, then I read the Hunger Games, was pissed about the ending, felt that it was rushed and that the book's writer or that the author wasn't given ample time to make it. Read through the Divergent series, got pissed off because the ending was the exact same way, and was like, fuck it, and started reading the Incarnations of Immortality, and I picked up the Cycle series, or the Circle series, which has 4 main books. Let me pull up the actual Google page, because I can't remember all the book names. Okay, so the Circle series is a 4-book set. They now have a complete series book for it, which is Black, The Birth of Evil, Red, The Heroic Rescue, White, The Great Pursuit, Green, The Last Stand. And the entire series loops in on itself. It's a giant circle, hence the Circle series. So the Circle series ties into the other books, the Lost books, called Circle, which is Chosen, Infidel, Renegade, Chaos, Lunatic, and Elion. Then you have the Paradise series, which is the prequel to the whole set, which is Showdown, Saint, and Sinner. And then you have the Book of Mortals series, which is kind of a futuristic take on what happened to the world near the end. And that one's The Keeper, The Forbidden, Mortal, and Sovereign. And so in total, you've got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 books, and 2 other books kind of tie into it loosely, which is House and Skin, but they touch base on it. But it's a novel universe that this guy made. His name's Ted Decker. He's made a lot of good books so far, but I read all of those. I think all except for I think one of the Paradise series books I didn't actually get to read, and the Mortal series I think I'm missing 2 books. They hadn't come out yet, but the Circle series is like a really good chunk of books. Then I read the Aragon series, but I only read the 3 ones that dealt with Aragon. Sorry, not Ender. The Ender series. The Ender series is actually written by a really cool author. Have you ever heard of Ender's Game, the movie?
Yeah, I've read the books and watched the movie.
Oh, then you're actually appreciative of the movie that they didn't add in everything, but they did a decent job. I'll be honest. Comparatively, they did a really good job. They left a lot of the backstory, side story out.
They didn't completely fuck up the movie, thank God.
Yeah. I didn't read the whole series. I only read Ender's Game, Xenocide, and Children of the Mind, I think is what it was. Which,
I don't know, the ending of it was like so
anticlimactic.
Well, it wasn't like anticlimactic, but like
you wanted
reading
more.
Through all the, well, not just that. It was like you did definitely wanted more, but it's like you didn't expect the twist either. Like
Yeah.
I didn't really expect the twists of everything.
I feel bad for the beginnings. Like that was tragic. Like it turned into a beautiful story later, but like when I first started reading about the beginnings, man, I was so upset. Like it was terrible because they didn't seem like they would be like this weird murderous cult. And then you start reading about how they changed their species, and it was just like, oh man, it was like so misunderstood, man, so misunderstood.
Yeah.
So sad. But
Just being wiped out, or trying to be wiped out just for how they looked and shit.
yeah, and because they were also they gave some humans like their ultimate gift, which was crazy. Like that blew my mind when I read that. They're like, oh well, you know, they didn't kill them. They didn't understand that they were dead. And it wasn't that they didn't understand death. It's just that for them, they have 3 phases of life, and for humans, we have 1. And for them, it's, you have to migrate their body to be able to plant them into a tree, and that's their second form. And it was just like, my mind just blew up when I read that. I was like, holy shit! Like, that was one of the greatest twists I've ever seen in a book. And it wasn't one of those in-your-face aggressive twists either. It was just a very subtle, like well-wrapped gift just sitting there on the side of the room. That was so good.
But yeah, so far it's one of my favorite book series. Is the Gambit one.
Yeah, the Gambit.
Yeah, one of the book names that I just the latest one that came out is called "The Bitch Is Back." So you should really look into that series, and there's a lot of side shit. So
what was the Wizard of the Wind or something? Hold on, I gotta check my Audible account to figure out this book.
But there's like vampires, werewolves, aliens,
all the
and
good
it's
shit.
not like, but it's like not like super cliche. Like it kind of is.
Congratulations!
There's a twist. There's a twist in it.
Congratulations!
I'm trying to find. Congratulations of what?
Someone gifted her the game.
Oh.
Let me grab my library real quick on Audible, because I've just been picking books here and there because I haven't been able to actually, get books all the time. And Audible was just easier for me because during training and stuff I could listen to books,
Yeah.
Okay, so the current book I'm on is The Rhythm of War from Brandon Sanderson, which is book 4 of the Stormlight Archive. And have you read that series at all?
Which one?
The Way of Kings. Brandon
No,
Sanderson.
So.
Okay,
No.
so The Way of Kings is the first book in the Stormlight Archive. Each book is like 50 hours from the audio file.
Jeez.
Like 50 to 60 hours per book. The books are massive. And I could not stop listening. Like, I'm kind of glad I didn't have the physical book because I wouldn't have put it down. Like, it got to a point to where my last job, I was listening to the book until I got a phone call. Like, I was literally sitting there pausing the book constantly, listening to it every moment that I had that wasn't, taking a phone call at work. And, oh man, I was polishing off like 6 hours worth of shit every day. Like, so much, man, just like hashing it out. But that series, like, I suggest at least trying to like read a little bit about it. It's really good, and you're gonna love Dalinar Kholin and who's the other one? Dalinar Kholin and Kaladin Stormblessed. Kaladin and Dalinar are like, if I had to rank them on like character wise for like books of my favorite, they would definitely be the top two. Like, because Dalinar Kholin is like a high-ranking general in an army of the land, but he's also like he transforms from a character that was just primarily about war, fighting, and conquering to turning into more of a character that was concerned about the people, how he could help them, how things could change. He went from a warmonger to a leader in the book series, and it is one of the coolest things because he doesn't stop being who he is. He just is discovering parts of himself that he didn't realize were there first. And it is like the character development from him alone is beautiful. Kaladin, on the other hand, he starts off as this underdog. He when you first get to read about him, he's in a slave trade. He's being taken away, and he's just seeing the storm destroyed land around him. So the two things I will tell you about the story is that there's a storm that constantly moves throughout the land, and the storm only blows in one direction. So if you build structures with a lean on that side, it'll stop them from getting broken. But imagine it like a giant hurricane that hits every 2 weeks or so, and it works its way around the world. And in the story, their currency are these stones, and the storm infuses them with a glow or a light. And the cheapest version of them are called chips. And if they've been sitting around too long, they're called dun spheres, which basically means the light fades over time. So if they're worth a lot of money, like if they're like high, like really really big, like the bigger they are, the more value they have. The bigger they are, the nicer they look, the less cracks and wear they have, and the brighter the gems are after the storm, the more they're worth. And I loved it so much that I actually included it in a D&D run, and I called it Ronin. And I have the whole plan for it, if I ever get around to it. But the currency it has a few different uses, and most of it's been lost to history. And Kaladin starts off. He starts off as a slave, and he sees all these like floating spirits and stuff. So in the world, there's these spirit beings called Sprin. They don't really die; they just exist. You know, they're just like in the series. There's things called Wind Sprin. There's Wind Sprin, Fear Sprin, Anger Sprin, and they each have a different appearance. They each pop up with different emotions and stuff.
Sprites.
And they're basically like sprites for everything around the world. Well, they have their own integral part of the story as well, and you never hear about them talking or anything because they're just like part of the world. And Kaladin meets a Wind Sprin that starts to talk to him. And oh, buddy, it is one of the coolest relationships I've ever read of in a book. Like, it is awesome. Like, he is really good at character growth and progression, and I think that's what makes me love the series so much. But the series is in no way boring. It's not just about the character growth. Like, he'll introduce multiple characters here and there. Some of them will stay in the story, some of them won't. And you'll still love them. You'll still enjoy what they do in the story, because it's almost like seeing an explosion on your right and then not noticing that the explosion was caused by someone on your left until afterwards. You know, like you're like, holy shit, and then then it builds around, and the world just curves over on itself, and you start seeing little tidbits of story and characters that actually impacted the main story that you didn't realize was happening, but builds more into the story, and it's really nice. Like, that's one of the things that makes me love reading, is finding fantasy stories that have that type of writing in them. Because having that amount of story building and world building and actually adhering to the world that you're building is a great thing if done right. And I hate it when people fuck it up. Because it can be like one of the most boring things to trudge through. If, like, plot A, B, and C are really bad and plot F is the one you want to know about, that shit sucks. But that series is called the Stormlight Archive in its entirety. The first book is called The Way of Kings. And you'll love it. I'll be honest. If you pick it up with the books that we've talked about so far, that we've both read, I can guarantee you won't want to put it down.
I'm trying.
Trying to
find this, but I can't remember its name.
Take your time, man. Don't you hate it when you've read so many books you can't remember some of the ones you love?
I do.
That's like you can remember the story, but you can't remember the fucking name of the book, and it's just like slamming your head on a wall. You're just like, what was the name? I honestly think that's one of the weirdest things that you can experience is not knowing what the book is called, but remembering the story. It's such an odd feeling.
I know. I don't know if I'll be able to find it, but so it's about this thing where something basically converts the world in a way, and it basically brings like a whole bunch of kind of zombies and zombie types and shit. But it's like with there's also like a loot based like kind of video game based kind of system in there involved as well.
That's odd.
And yeah, it is odd. And you have a certain amount of lives as well. And it's really weird. But
was it like surprisingly good?
It was so fucking good. I was so upset when it ended. But the main character, for some reason, had a abnormal luck stat, and most people in that world that were getting sent there.
Oh my god, it's a useless stat. It's a useless stat that turned out to be amazing. I love that. I love that.
Kept fucking saving his ass, and he kept getting more abilities that
Isn't there an anime that does the same thing with like a luck stat? Like what was it? Konosuba. Fucking Konosuba. Trash at everything. Lucky as fuck.
But it's worse though, because he becomes like a range user, so he has like sniper rifles and bows and shit. So it's even, and then there's a lot of monsters that have like hard armor, like 50 cal won't even go through it half the time.
Damn.
And then but his luck basically converts to accuracy in a sense, because that's what it would do if you had really high fucking luck and you're aiming a weapon. And he'd be able to get really lucky on his shots, or there's some abilities. There's one ability that like supercharged his fucking luck or something. It was ridiculous, but it was super fucking good.
Well, honestly, that sounds like it would be an amazing anime if anyone ever picked it up and tried to make it. Like, wholeheartedly tried to make it, I mean.
Yeah. But all the so the world, I said the world converted. It wasn't exactly a full it's weird in the sense that there's sections of it. It's like it's cordoned off into like blocks in a way, and each block has a cycle, and when the cycle first starts, the zombies are worse. They're everywhere, and it's just a big ass fucking mess. But the zombies, after they've gone through that cycle, they basically walk to the edge of the block, and then that square resets, and then they do it, and it happens again. So there's like little resets within each individual block.
Oh.
So it's like...
I'll be honest with you, I'm not usually for zombie stories. That sounds like it might be interesting. I'm kind of worn out on zombie stuff from mostly video games.
Well, they weren't like zombies per se, but they were kind of relative, but it's easier to describe them as zombies.
There's another book series I picked up that it was called Mistborn, and it was about two twins that were actually fairies, or they were nymphs, and they didn't realize they were nymphs, and they were just like really smart. There was some world building in it, and I kind of got curious about it, but the series it didn't seem like it would be as good as I had hoped. But the book itself wasn't bad. I think what really killed me for it was the cover art was really bad. Like, live action trying to be painted on bad. Like, it looked like... How do I say this? Do you remember the Animorph books?
Yeah. Read the fucking shit out of them.
It's the covers were like that, but worse. Which is terrible because it's one of those, the book is good, but the the cover art is just fucking bad. So I never actually picked up the rest of it because it looked like a really bad 90s sitcom. But it was oh man. There's one series I really want to pick up and read, but I can't. I just can't seem to get settled enough to do it. It's called the Warrior series. I read it while I was reading Artemis Fowl, and I was much more interested in Artemis Fowl. But what was it? Give me a second. Let me. It's called the Warrior series. And what's cool about it wasn't about people. It was about cats. And I found out that there's an entire genre that a few writers have made. And what they did was they made these books, and what they do is they read from the perspective of the animal. And it's not like in a stupid, goofy, bizarre kind of way. It's more like a serious, heartwarming, realistic kind of way. And it is really good. And the first one I read about was the Warrior series, which is about a cat. And what's funny is it's about a house cat. And he doesn't know that he's about to get fixed, He thinks his bits and berries are there to stay. And he remembers that, the neighbor cat or the cat that he lives with as well, went to the doctor one day, went to this place, and came back and was just, completely just lazy, Just a completely different, had no energy, was just pissy all the time, slept, lounged around, didn't do anything, life was pointless. And he gets curious, and he sees the outside, and what's actually happening in the book is that he's at a house in the middle of the forest, or the middle of an outgrove, by a forest, and the forest itself has 5 different sections of cat clans, of their territory. Oh, come on. No, I don't want to fuck with you Great Orcs right now. It's that point at night where it gets really dark and you start hearing foreboding music because they all start spawning.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go back to the base and I'm gonna fucking sleep and get this bad time of gray hairs behind me. But anyway, he starts off as a house cat and he gets out, and because he's having dreams about hunting, and he's just having a really good time, dreaming about them, and then he actually gets to go out and hunt, and he realizes how fulfilling it is to feel that he's finally living his actual purpose. And he meets a cat clan and he joins them, and you get to learn about all these different cat clans and their history, and the premise of it sounds so damn boring, but I couldn't stop reading the book, and it was one of the first fantasy books I read that was interesting, because you spend most of your youth reading books that people want you to read because they're cultured, which is just another word for boring as fucking shit. Oh, I didn't enjoy a book in school until I vaguely remember slightly enjoying the book Holes, but it was eclipsed by the fact that the movie was coming out and it shat on it and meh. But the only book that I remember sitting in school reading that I liked that was assigned to us was the Canterbury Tales and a little bit of Macbeth. And the only reason I enjoyed those was because the teacher that I had sat down read through the book and broke it down for us in normal English after reading it, in order to give us an idea of what was going on, and then let us watch like different movies and talked about different perspectives of the story from different producers. What are they called? The directors. And it was interesting because you got to see the story, you got to see different perspectives of how they would portray the story and how different things would be acted on in the story, and that was fun. I enjoyed that, but every other fucking book in school that I was made to read was boring as shit, and I hated reading because it's such a stupid reason now that I think about it, but I didn't want to read books that didn't have pictures because visually they were unappealing and boring as shit. And that's because the only books that I ever liked when I was a kid were books with pictures in them. Because I wanted to see what the person saw, what they were thinking of when they made the book. That's why I love it when people that write book series that I love, especially from like Chronicles, when they include concept art, for like their characters and stuff.
Yeah,
like I love that.
There's actually a bunch of that in the Catherian Gambit.
Oh, nice.
For their like races and shit.
Like I honestly have to say I think I enjoyed the world building of Lord of the Rings more than I actually enjoyed the story. Like that's how odd it was for me. Like I enjoyed the concept of all of the different races and how they interacted and stuff and how their economies worked more than I enjoyed the actual book series stories, which is odd, but apparently normal. Oh, you little bastard. You little fucking bastard. Get your ass over here. Come on, around that corner. Right in the fucking face. Suck it, Trebek. Little bastard. I'm just sitting here in the Smith area, and oh no, I'm not finishing you with a weapon. I'm punching you to death. Fuck you. I'm just sitting here in the thing talking to you, and I look down and I see little numbers coming up from him attacking my fucking thing. I was like, oh, buddy, you fucked up. Oh, no, I fucked up. I broke it instead of repairing it. There we go. But the Warrior series is really interesting. Had a lot of sad parts to the story, but really good story. I only read 2 books in. I didn't realize it, but there's one for polar bears, there's one for wolves, there's one for like house dogs and stuff. Like there's a few different segments, of different perspectives, and the people that wrote about them actually spent, it seems like they spent a lot of time observing and trying to understand the animal, which is really, really nice. But I don't think they're like a high-end book. I think they're more along the lines of like a junior high to high school level reading. They're not like crazy books. But they're one of those books that the story actually is good no matter what age you are. Like I think the Pendragon, was it the Pendragon book? I think it was the Pendragon books and the Djinn series I really liked. Those were books that were actually, I think, high school level, like high school or junior high, but they were really good stories. But I need to remember. I think maybe that was Pendragon. It's a story about a kid that has a djinn, and the thing is, you have to make a contract with the spirits. They're basically demons that have like semi-magical powers. And this wasn't bad. It wasn't bad at all. I need to find that real quick. Because what happens is like you end up having like, so the djinns are basically slaves, right? Whenever they're summoned. They're chained down by the caster, and they become slaves. So they hate humans because they basically bring them to an area they don't want to be in and force them into submission to be their butlers or whatever, like they're whatever they want to do. and they use them as a source of casting. So let me see if I can remember what that was called. It may have been Pendragon, but let me double check real quick. I'll see if I can find the book, and I'll tell you what it is. It was at Pendragon. I remember reading parts of Pendragon, though. One second, so I remember the cover. I'll never forget the cover. Ah, there it is. The Amulet of Samarkand. The Bartimus novels. Yeah, that's what it was. Bartimus novels. Amulet. I need to re-pick up the series. So it's called the Bartimus Sequence. The Bartimus Sequence, and it has 4 books. There's the Amulet of Samarkand, the Golemai, Montmy's Gate, and the Book of Solomon, I think, or the something of Solomon.
Oh, I'm gonna be able to find that book name, dude.
Oh, do it! I'll shut up so you can think.
I have it loaded. I just gotta go hunt it down.
Oh, I just remembered another book series that I really liked. The Golden Compass. It's pretty good.
It's gonna be like back here somewhere, probably. There's also the 10 Realms book series that I'm still reading. Is pretty good.
Does that sound familiar?
I know I'm close now. Now that I'm over there. Oh, I need to go back to that book too. Let's see if there's any more. It's called Respawn.
That's an odd name for a book.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's that. It's funny because the last paragraph of the description is like, "You're not the first player in the world, and you will not be the last. You can only hope luck will be on your side." The luckiest players are those who find a vulnerability in the system. Those they call cheaters. Because cheating is the only way to win. And what's funny about the whole thing is that when you die consecutively in that, you gain luck points. You get extra luck each time you die.
That's hilarious.
I think at one point this guy had over like 140 something fucking luck. But and then the 7th Realm series was good. Or the 7 Realms.
What was I trying to? Oh fuck me! Did I just fuck myself? I did, son of a bitch.
Well, we all knew you liked to do that.
I was gonna make a fermenter, and I used the bronze just now to make nails, so I could make a boat.
I have a history on this Kindle. I used to use my mom's Kindle, but on my personal Kindle Unlimited, I have read over 166. Well, I've read about 166.
Man.
That's not even what was on the Kindle before, which was probably even higher. I literally just forfeited a quest. Don't you tell me. Do I already have quests over here? Oh, okay. Actually, I'm gonna have to. I gotta get off anyway. I gotta start getting ready to bed. I should have already been doing that, but I was really interested in the book conversation.
Oh yeah, dude, it's rare to find people that have the same taste in fantasy books that I do.
Yeah, a lot of the books lately I've been reading are like called lit RPG books.
Well, there's
Which is basically...
there's a book series that I wanted to tell you about. It's called The Wise Man's Fear: King Killer Chronicle. It's supposed to be like a really good book if you like magic. Apparently, like the magic in the book series is extremely detailed, to where it's actually really interesting. And I haven't got around to reading it yet, but a lot of people that have read similar books that I have online have said the book series is like one of the best. Because a while back, the entire reason I found the series, the Way of Kings, the Stormlight Archives, was a YouTuber. I was going through YouTube videos and I was just like, let me see if any people discuss any books and talk about them enough to where I'll be interested. And I fell into that book series and never looked back. I need to refine who that guy was so I can, actually check out more books that he liked.
So the Tim Realms book series, I've read up to book 7 because that was the latest one that was out last. They're cultivation based magically and physically, and they have to cultivate for their physical cultivations. They have to cultivate themselves using certain elements in a very specific order, or it won't work.
Oh.
And so at one point, one of the guys literally starts his cultivation by like sticking his hand in fucking lava.
What?
Yeah. So he basically does that with a whole bunch of healing mages around and healing potions and shit. They heal him while he's doing it to keep him alive.
Well, I mean, if you can fucking cheat the system and do it without dying.
No, it's literally how you had to do it, because anytime you did it, you had to do that shit. Like, for like earth or something, or steel, he basically cultivated with an extremely high gravity. So that's where he basically had to
Hello, Vegeta.
He was literally at one point it was so high he was literally crawling to go further in. He had to crawl forward a few feet and stay in the heavier gravity, and then when his cultivation went up high enough for him to go a little further, he had to keep going further. Eventually, when the cultivation is complete, you basically don't feel that kind of crap. Like, once his cultivation was complete with the lava one, he could basically just sit in lava and ignore it.
But getting there...
getting there is... You feel all the pain and everything. You have to fucking literally just go through it.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's insane. And then and that's just its own cultivation. That's just body cultivation. That's not even magic cultivation.
Oh, dude, magic sounds like it would be painful.
Well, it's not even. It's like it's different. But if you fuck it up or something, it'll backfire, and you have to start from scratch. After repairing your mana system, you'd have to start from scratch. Or start from at least like a level before. Like one of the main characters actually had to do it. because something like went wrong and interrupted him, and it backfired, and he had to fix his mana system. He couldn't really use mana or magic or anything at that point, and had to fix it before starting to progress again. So it's like really in depth, and then there's like pills and shit that you can make to help you cultivate and all kinds of crap. But it's also like there's different realms. Like you start off in the first realm, and then everybody there pretty much is like a bunch of lobies and shit. And each further realm is dominated by like certain factions, or they have more power. Like the third realm is in control by the Alchemist Association, and a lot of the shit is political. But the fourth realm is just a fucking massive battleground. Like you go into the fourth realm, you just expect war.
Yeah, you'd have to have at least one area that was just specifically to weed out the people that were stronger.
Yeah.
It would be chaos if you didn't. So you have to limit it to at least one area.
Yeah. So it's really, but the main two characters are ex-military, but they were transferred from their old world. So it all started because there's like a 5 or 15 day curse. Let me see. Can't remember how long the curse was. But humans started in the regular world started getting curses, and after a certain amount of days, people thought they were dying, but they were not. They were just basically getting teleported to another world. Where is it? The 2-week curse. It's a 2-week curse. And you get it, and you get like a notification saying like this is happening. But they weren't sure if they die or what was going to happen, or they just teleported. So these guys got a lot of their military shit together and created it. And I think they packed it up in a way that they could take it with them. So when they got teleported, they teleported with them. So they had fucking I think M16s or something and shit, and all this shit in the fucking rank 1 world.
So just come up to like, oh, by the way, magic, yeah, fuck that, pow.
Where nobody had like barely any cultivation, and a lot of the cultivation techniques and items were hoarded by the higher factions, so a lot of people couldn't progress.
Yeah, so they're just
without having to work their absolute asses off for join a faction. But yeah, so these guys just fucking come in and they are immediately attacked pretty much and just start fucking blasting. But I think they were like Marines or something, or 2 different separate things. And one of them was like a marksman or sniper in his career. And they were just fucking going, it was funny. Like it escalated, and then they started making like guns and shit like from the magic world. So inventing guns or more guns in their world. Anyway, and it was ridiculous. And then they started the basic rune system in there. You could enchant something with runes and stay on there, blah blah blah. Well, these guys found a way to change runes out on basically like you were changing ammo out of a fucking clip. So what they did was they would put the runes on little discs, and then they'd have slots in their weapons and armor and shit for the disc, and they could just pull the disc out and put a new disc in to change. Like you wanted fire damage, you put fire damage in. You wanted to change it, you could change it to like lightning or whatever else.
Yeah.
And so they did this with their armor when they finally built up a big ass army, and they made this armor set that per person wearing that set of armor in range and fight gained a 1% boost per person. You get thousands of people.
So it's useless against like 2 or 3, but against a horde of people, it's fucking hilarious.
With a horde of people wearing it together, it's yeah. All right, I gotta go shower and shit and get ready. We can talk. Right. I work tomorrow, but I'm off Sunday, so I'll be staying up late on Sunday.
I work tomorrow and I'm off 2 days after, so I'll be around.
See you then, man. You have
See
a
you,
good
bud.
night.
You too. He's got eyebrows like a disappointed father. Wow.
getting something.
Yeah.
And Haas has returned.
Okay.
Haas has returned. It's back once more. Okay. It looks like their issue is with roofs. Does that mean I can build a stupid amount of... I gotta try out this theory. Does this mean I can make a stupid amount of these things to stop water? Nope, it doesn't work. I tried. Yeah, the bee house is nice. It just wish that the bees weren't so damn picky. You can't put a roof up or anything.